economic benefit to the industries. The IAEA is expected also to provide their support for the improvement of human capacities, the capacity building, through expert missions and also training, providing tools and equipment to support and realize product development and implementation of radiation-induced wood plastic composite fabrication technology in the existing industries. Currently, we have built and operated 5 gamma irradiators by National Nuclear Energy Agency or PATAN, and also 1 commercial irradiator operated by the private sector that is equipped with a dosimetry laboratory. These facilities are designed to be operated for research and commercial activities by the stakeholders from private sectors, universities and government, and also non-governmental institutions are also very welcome to join with us at BRIN. An integrated partnership among national stakeholders will raise up the utilization of these facilities, especially for and technology transfer. The team consists of researchers from BRIN and Indonesian University, is in charge of technology development, economic studies, and also industrial implementation. The members, who is more than 300 members, we have more than 300 members, have the systems and facilities regarding recycling processing, and moreover also Latrate Enterprise is a private company that has experience in producing WPC and would be involved in assisting and downstreaming the products. Furthermore, other stakeholders having a role in the plastics life cycle management, such as MOEF, which is providing data and regulation in terms of environmental aspects. Ministry of Industries, which is also providing regulations in terms of legalization products, and Indonesia National Plastic Action Partnerships, which is expanding connection with other regional and global partnerships, will be involved. As my final words, WPC is expected to be a substitute for pure wood-based products with a high demand in order to conserve nature, especially in Indonesia. By these activities, I put my highest expectation in empowerment of PP or PE waste by circular economies, such as employment opportunities and also affordable raw materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, all the talking pointers that already mentioned by you will be discussed in this talk show. Dear audience, honorably and distinguished guests online and also offline here in this hall. At the start to our talk today, this morning, as some already mentioned before, the title of this talk show is Innovation in the Use of Nuclear Technology to Reduce Plastic Waste Pollution, Leading Climate Action Together, organized by Ministries of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. It is a pleasure and honor of me, Tauti Cipto Sumira from Nuclear Technology Research Organizations of the National Research and Innovation Agency, which formerly called BATAN, to host this informative, collaborative, initiative, and also invitation talk show. I know and I believe that from the topics, the curiosity of all of you will raise. Nuclear combating plastic pollutions. Before we start our talk, first I would like to deliver information that this morning talk show is in conjunction with the United Nations Climate Change Conference COP26 from the 1st November to 12th November 2021, where Indonesia, as one of the countries with largest tropical forests, participates with many action program activities to reach net zero emissions and hence reducing greenhouse gas effects. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia takes lead as the coordinator of these program activities in Indonesia, and as the representations at Glasgow, UK, for the United Nations Climate Change Conference at this couple of weeks, where the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, was attending at the General Conference at the opening of this conference. This talk show is one of the initiatives of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Dr. Siti Nurbaya, whom was attending at the high-level IEA roundtable discussion on nuclear technology for plastic, a nuclear solution to plastic pollution. It was held last May the 18th, 2021 in Vienna, Austria. From that roundtable discussion, one of her recommendations is to include, at that time, Bataan, for the nuclear technology participate in solving plastic pollution and waste. For that, on behalf of Bataan, which is now BRIN, would like to address our deeply gratitude for the opportunity on the involvement of nuclear technology in Indonesia to strengthen collaboration in combating plastic pollution or reducing plastic waste. The talk now is also accessible with participant countries at Glasgow. Due to time difference, our activities now can be accessed through YouTube channel, which are already been arranged by the organizing committee of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So thank you again to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for this marvelous management arrangement. And on behalf of Nuclear Technology Research Organization, I do really appreciate it. To start, we will have Her Excellency Madam Rosa Vivian Ratnawati. She is the Director General of Soil Waste, Hazardous Waste and Toxic Substance Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic Indonesia. However, due to her tight schedule, she will deliver her remarks tappingly. And during question and answer sessions, we have Dr. Nofrizal, who willingly answer some question arises. Thank you for being with us, Pak Nofrizal. The second panel will be representation of Nuclear Technology Youth Organization. He is the former chairman of National Nuclear Energy Agency of Indonesia, or known as Bataan before, Professor Anhariza Antariksawan. He will be with us online with Zoom from his working space in Yogyakarta at one of Bataan Research Center. Selamat pagi, Pak Anhar. The next panel will be representation from the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, in Vienna, Austria. Mr. Sahril, as the Program Management Officer of the Technical Cooperation Program, International Atomic Energy Agency, and Dr. Selina Horak as the Technical Officer or Expert in Nuclear Technology Utilization to reduce plastic waste. Both of them will join with us through Zoom applications in their very early morning and chilly, which it is approximately probably 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning in your locations. So I believe both of you are accompanied with your coffee this morning. Good morning, Pak Sahril and Ms. Horak. Nice to have you joining with us. Our next panel is from the Ministry of Industry. She is a policy analyst from the Center for Green Industry. Dr. Andriati Cahyaningsi. Thank you very much for being with us, and she has to be on the stage. I hope you will enjoy our discussion soon and giving us enlightening information in a short while. Last but not least, our last panel is from the Oceanography Research Center, National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, BRIN, Dr. Muhammad Reza Cordova. He will be sharing with us on the current activities research and monitoring marine plastic litter. And he is also joining with us through Zoom. I don't want to waste time anymore. So let us now pay attention to what will addressed by Madam Rosa Vivin Ratnawati from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. She will explaining to us the Indonesian government programs that have been taken and led by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in Indonesia towards net zero emission, and also in relation to control and combating plastic waste, which altogether become one package of, I would say, innovation to beat plastic pollution, which further, with regard to the intention of involving nuclear technology to face this plastic waste, she will be explaining again about her perception regarding to this. The operator, please do roll on.
Indonesian position on plastic waste and plastic pollution is clear and bold, since we commit strongly to decrease and eliminate plastic waste and plastic pollution in our country. We don't want plastic waste to pollute our environment and degrade our ecosystem, as well as generate human health risks. We also believe that plastic waste and plastic pollution could drop our economic competitiveness and advantageous value, especially in tourism and hospitality. Indonesia has developed and implemented policy, regulation, and program to address this issue both at national level and local level. In international fora, both global and regional level, Indonesia has delivered the strong message that Indonesia puts plastic waste and plastic pollution issue on national priority by showing our commitment, effort, and achievement at any international meeting such as UNEA, UNEP, G20, EAS, and ASEAN. As response to address this issue, Government of Indonesia has published 4 important regulations, including President Regulation Number 97/2017 concerning national policy and strategy on solid waste management, or it called Jakstranas. This regulation is like a national roadmap to develop proper solid waste management in the period of 2018 to 2025, with target to reduce waste at source by 30% and to handle waste properly by 70% in 2025. Second, President Regulation Number 83/2018 concerning handling of marine litter, that contains national plan of action to reduce marine litter by 70% in 2025 by implementing collaborative action among 17 line ministry. Third, Minister of Environment and Forestry Decree Number P75/2019 concerning roadmap of waste reduction by the producer, that mandates the producer to be responsible to reduce waste that generates from their product, packaging, and service by implementing redesign, take back for recycle, and take back for reusing in the period of 2020 to 2029, with reduction target by 30% in 2030. The last is Minister Environment and Forestry Decree Number P14/2021 concerning solid waste management through bank sampah or waste bank, that regulates the implementation of community-based solid waste management and enhance the role of bank sampah as waste separated collection point. There are 5 main programs that we are implementing now, including first, developing regulation, standard, procedure, and criteria at national level. Second, improving the capacity of local government in managing waste by providing support and technical assistance in form of infrastructure, facility, machinery, subsidy, training, and technical assistance. Third, increasing public awareness and engagement by implementing communication, information, and education activity. Fourth, enhancing producers' responsibility and commitment by implementing waste reduction roadmap and circular economy. Last but not least, building international cooperation and partnership, both bilateral and multilateral, in several forums such as UNEA, UNEP, G20, EAS, and ASEAN. Lastly, technology and innovation are something dynamic and always improving by time. So we could give more space and opportunity to researcher, academia, engineer, entrepreneur, and etc. to find best solution in combating plastic waste and plastic pollution, including the use of nuclear technology. If nuclear technology can give an affordable and effective solution to address plastic pollution, we can utilize it as mid-term and long-term solution. However, we must ensure that nuclear technology is safe for human health and environment.
Even from tapping, I have to admit and I have to thank to her for the exposure and her explanation pertaining to the national policy and also collaborating plan action in combating plastic pollutions, which, if I can understand, it is include how to mitigate the downstream level of plastic pollutions, such as microplastic pollutions and mitigating the use of multi-layer plastic that nowadays still many can be found. And providing collaborative opportunity to all interested stakeholders, including the nuclear technology in combating plastic pollution. Thank you very much, Madam Vivian. Dear audience online and offline, we will discuss this more later at the question and answer session. Now we move on to the next panel. Professor Anharisa Antariksawan, as formerly he is the chairman of Batan from 2019 to 2021, and we would like to expect him explain what will be the chance and opportunity for nuclear technology in Indonesia to provide such technology to pace in the reductions of plastic pollutions. Also, when just recently, Batan is now part of National Research Innovation Agency or BRIN. Professor Anhar, please do also mention, as already mentioned earlier by His Excellency Madam Vivian, about safety issues concerning in the utilizations of nuclear technology, where in fact there are already many applications of nuclear technology in the field of food, health, industry, environment, and water management at the level of public, with or without their notice. Time is yours, Professor Anhar.
What have been mentioned before, I would like to to appreciate to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for providing this opportunity to organize very good talk show, yeah, and introducing about the nuclear technology related to reduction of pollution waste. I would like also to appreciate Excellency Ibu Menteri Nurbaya for attending several months ago a high-level roundtable discussion in the International Atomic Energy Agency, where at the time Ibu Menteri has already mentioned about the policy concerning the reduction of plastic waste in Indonesia, and also a commitment to support the use of nuclear technology for reducing plastic pollution. And again, I would like to thanks for that. Thanks, Pak Toti, also for your question. I think there are many things have been mentioned by Chairman of BRIN and yourself. So I would like just to add several things. First, it should be remembered that nuclear technology is mostly dealing with radiation, or more precisely, ionizing radiation, which constitute gamma or particle rays such as electron. But thanks to its characteristic, ionizing radiation could be used to modify the properties of many materials, yeah, including polymer, and to innovate the technology to develop the application. Batan, now known as Nuclear Energy Organization Research in BRIN, has a specific activity, namely radiation processing, where we are doing the research to process certain materials to become say new material or material with better properties, yeah, including the use of radiation technology to process polymer used in plastic. So in the case of reducing plastic waste, nuclear technology will transform plastic waste to become an industrial product with better quality, and in turn providing economic benefit while reducing plastic pollution. In that context, with the support from the International Atomic Energy Agency and also Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, and in collaboration with the national partners such as ADUPI, Plastic Recycling Association of Indonesia, also Universitas Indonesia, and a private company named PT Latrat, Batan is going to conduct research to develop wood plastic composite, as already mentioned by the chairman of BRIN, yeah, using generated from plastic recycled, which is reinforced with the biomass using radiation processing. Principally, there are three processing being used by radiation. First, for copolymerization of PE or PP to produce additive compatibilizer. Second, for degradation of biomass. We plan to use oil palm empty bunches, which could be found easily in Indonesia, and we have huge volume of empty bunches of oil palm. Yeah. And third, nuclear radiation will be used for cross-linking of the PE or PP in final product to make better wood polymer composite. Yeah. So nowadays we are in the preliminary stage. I mean, we are in the research stage, and we are doing this in several stages, and hopefully as mentioned by Excellency Director General just before, we will try to make this technology to become affordable, economical, so we could use and radiation technology could be used by many private sectors or public. Yeah. A part of this upstream activity in the downstream, Batam has also been developing a nuclear technique to analyze the microplastic pollution in the marine by using specific what we call radioisotopes. The goal of the activities is to study the characteristic of microplastics pollution in the sea, and then to get the solution to mitigate the impact of the marine microplastic pollution. On the other hand, your question about the safety of the nuclear technology, it has to be known that when we work with nuclear technology, we do concern with what we call 3 S's, which are safety. Yeah. It means that we assure that our facility, our worker, our environment is safe. No harm from the facility, from the radiation, from the radioactive products. Second S is security. By security, we mean that we assure there is no unauthorized access to the facility, to the radioactive materials. And the third S is safeguard. We assure that our nuclear materials is safe and not be used to the malicious purposes. So in the case of the using radiation technology to process plastic waste, I could assure you that the plastic being irradiated won't become radioactive, nor will be contaminated with radioactive materials. So it will be safe for the users and for the product itself. This is my explanation, Toti.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for your brief explanations with regard to the utilization of nuclear technology, particularly at the 3S issues: safety, security, and safeguard. That has large possibility to be one innovation technology in controlling plastic pollutions, which I believe that in the future could be side by side in the program of innovation to beat plastic pollution as introduced by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also in collaborations with private sectors in the future. So thank you again, Pak Anhar, thank you again, and we'll come back to you for question and answers. Now we have to move to our source persons that very far away from Vienna, Austria, whom both of you are still having heavy eyes to open because it is very early morning in your place. Welcome Pak Sahril and Miss Celia Horax, and very good early morning and chilly morning over there. Because we have two source persons from the agency, I mean IAEA, I would like to invite first Ms. Selina Horak as one of the technical officers at the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, to have, please, I'm sorry, 4 minutes explanation that nuclear technology is appropriate as well, complementary with others technology in combating plastic pollution, particularly related to what already been mentioned by Professor Anhar. So now, please do, how would be the IAEA provide technical assistance when Indonesia implementing the nuclear technology for controlling plastic. Time is yours, Selina.
Thank you very much. It is a real pleasure to be here participating in this side event. So thank you for this opportunity. So you already know about this process and all this approach that we can have from IAEA. So because you have already mentioned. So IAEA is aware of that the radiation technology has a long story, a very good story of successful, and provide manifold possibility in the processing of material via the controlled formation of cleavage, but also chemical bonds, including innovative modification of polymer property. So the last trends involve the creation of novel polymeric materials and composites, as well as the generation of fuel and additive. So we are working with different approaches, with different applications, so the radiation technology can provide different approach for the needs of the different countries. And especially for Indonesia, we are providing some support also because you are having a very good proposal to apply this technology. Thank you. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much for the very brief explanations to you, and thank you very much. And we are looking forward for the support that coming from the agency, especially for the expert kind of missions to improve the technology that we already been implemented here in Indonesia to improve combating plastic pollutions. Thank you, Selena. We will probably have to come back to you later on so please stay awake. Next, we move on Mr. Sahril as the Program Management Officer of the IAEA Technical Cooperation Program for Asia Pacific regions. How would you explain to us that the IAEA has commitment in also combating plastic pollution and arrange it as a one coordinated regional program? Please, my apology, you also have only less than 4 minutes. Time is yours now, Pak Sahril.
Thank you, Pak Toti. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, distinguished participants, good morning, good early morning from Vienna. I hope you can clearly hear my voice. Still a bit happy for the early morning one, but happy to be joined by Selina here. Thank you for the question. As mentioned by Selina, that the IAEA, together with member states, has been cooperating for many decades in the development and utilization of nuclear technology in many issues of global concern, for energy, for health, and of course for the environment, including in combating plastic pollution. And for that, the IAEA has launched many activities and programs, including, as you recently also mentioned, on the No Tech Plastic initiative of program. Through this initiative, the IAEA launched many programs, including via the Technical Cooperation Project, where Indonesia, excuse me, is also actively participating in the development and utilization of nuclear technology for recycling process. And in the coming cycle of the TC project, Indonesia is also proposing a project not only for the recycling aspect, but also for the downstream aspect, which is in monitoring and assessment of marine plastic pollution, both inland and in the marine environment.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you again for both of you, Mr. Sahril and Ms. Selina, for your brief explanation. And I believe that we will probably come back to you again at the question and answer sessions. With regard to the explanation informations that, in fact, Indonesia will be plotted as one of the countries to have a technical cooperation program in combating plastic pollutions using the nuclear technology. And probably we will also working with other countries within the regions, and we will have probably in the future a responsibility to demonstrate aligned kind of program activities in processing plastic pollutions to produce raw material or base material that is expected in giving impact to entrepreneurs at the downstream level, which is on the beneficiaries level. So thank you very much. We will come back to you again later on. Now we have to move on the next panelist with regard to the green industries of what will be the expected and directed by ministers of industry in practicing and implementing this green industry correlate to the reductions of plastic waste, which in the last 10 years, we notice an increase in the proportions of plastic waste by 7%. Please do also address to us the implementation of green industry policy, particularly in the utilizations of multi-layer plastics by many producers, which, if it is not well managed, will result in increase of plastic pollutions. And I would like to invite Dr. Andrianti Cahyaningsih to probably join with us at the stage. And please do make the comments with regard of the pointers that are already made available to you. Time is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Toti. Good afternoon for our distinguished speaker and participants. So thank you for the question, Mr. Toti. I will try to answer about the green industry. The green industry developing is a response of the issue of global market competitions and issue of the natural resource scarcity. And so the green industry focus on efficiency in production process to increase the competitiveness in global and domestic market. So also to achieve the industrial sustainability. And for the efficiency, the design of the green product and green production process must consider the kind and source of the raw material that must come from the legal source and pay attention about the sustainability of the natural resource that they explore. And the second one is the resource efficiency during the production process, especially in water and energy efficiency. So we encourage the industry to switch the technology from the obsolete technology to the new technology that more efficient. And we also consider about the product and waste from the production process, that when we manage the waste, the industry have to comply with the environmentally standard. And we also consider about the post-consumption product treatment. So I think that the green industry implementations is a tool for responsible productions and part of the low carbon development. Yeah, and about the packaging, Mr. Toti, we all know that the purpose of the packaging is to protect the product inside the packaging. So the main principle of the packaging, that the packaging, it does not contain the harmful substance or chemical, especially for the food and beverage packagings, because the harmful substance or chemical be able to transmit to the product and maybe degrade the quality of the product. And the second principle of the packaging is that packaging have to guarantee about the quality and safety of the product. And the third principle is about the size of the packagings. The size of the packaging have to suitable with the consumers or the market needed. So when we decide what the kind of the packagings that will be used or will use, we always consider the kind of the product that be packaging. So in implementing the green industry about the packaging, we encourage the industry to innovate the packagings that they use or they produce, that the packaging is more efficient in natural resource and be able to reuse or recycle without compromising the product quality and product safety. So I think it's important for the packaging issue. And I think there have been many industrial companies that bring the new design of their product and packagings. So through the green industry implementations, I think the industrial sector already reduce or minimize the negative impact of the packagings on consumers and environment. And about the waste management in industrial sector, the green industry, as I said before, covers the treatment of the raw materials, production process, and waste management. So the product design and productions process designs will minimize waste from the productions process, also from the post-consumption waste. And we also encourage the increasing capacity of the recycling industry. And if possible, we encourage the industry to use the raw materials, the raw recycled material. And we also develop circular economy in industrial sector. So it means that implementing the green industry and circular economy is actions of the industrial sector to prevent and reduce waste, including from product and packaging waste. So in other words, industrial sector already do the management of the waste. So I think, Mr. Toti, that implementation of green industry needs support by the increasing the awareness of the consumers and also the circular development, so we can achieve the responsible of production and consumption, also the sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. Toti.
Thank you very much, Ibu Andrianti. Thank you for the explanations, and indeed, application of technology and its implementation in the process of industry of plastic has to be very efficiently being implemented, which this one, as concerned by the Ministry of Industry, it has to be really concerned to the environment impact of plastic products. And this requires single major commitments that agrees by all the stakeholders involved in increase the use of plastic waste pollutions as raw materials and increase recycled plastic materials for plastic industries, with the consideration as well of food safety that is used for wrapping, and again a concern for the increase of public awareness in wisely using plastics. Thank you again. Probably we have to come back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite your patience for several minutes again before we have time for clarification or answer at the QA session, because we still have our last panelist, who will be sharing with us regarding to the activities in research and observations on plastic waste during the past decade. For that, we have scientists from the Oceanography Research Center, Dr. Muhammad Reza Cordova, and he will be joining with us through Zoom. Based on the research conducted so far, what will be the major concern for this plastic waste? There are recycled plastic, and there are also plastic waste in the form of microplastics that polluting the environment at the downstreaming level. Please do mention your suggestion to beat plastic pollution in marine ecosystem, together with the appropriate technology that in the future support the program of combating and reducing plastic waste. Dr. Cordova, time is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Tati. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. First of all, please accept my deepest thanks to being invited in this great talk show. And I apologize, I was unable to attend the workshop because I'm still suffering with the, bad influenza and bad coughing. Hopefully I'm not, but however, I'm really honored to be with you in this talk show. So yes, Pak Tati, as mentioned from the Brain Chairman, we collaborate with a variety of, the research institute, universities, NGO, as well as communities to undertake the research and doing also the citizen science on the marine plastic litter and also the microplastic. So the most essential research that we got so far was the characteristic of the litter in Indonesian water is different from one to the other area. Although in general, the dominance is the same. Let's say like top 10 one. However, there's a difference in the order of dominant waste that in each region in Indonesia. For example, in the island of Java, the mineral bottle waste that found relatively less than the eastern region and the west part region of Indonesia. But in Java, particularly around Jakarta, they were predominantly found like the styrofoam. So there's also, we found that in further to the east, the higher characteristic plastic waste is associated with the fishing activities. And we think that the discovery of the different dominant type of the plastic waste in each region in Indonesia. So that means the approach of the waste management cannot be generalized, but also must be, based on the regional and ecological aspect. According to our research on 2019, and then the Indonesian National Plastic Action Partnership, or NPAP, on 2019, the World Bank on 2020, and the last one is from the National Coordinating Team for Combating the Marine Plastic Litter in Indonesia. The volume of the plastic litter that entering Indonesian water range between 200 until 600,000 tons per year. That the TKN PSL this year, they do the calculation, there's a drop of 15.3% from 2018 to 2020. And the problem was, so if we want to get like the recommendation and solution to beat the plastic pollution in the marine ecosystem, I'm a kind of believer that in order to combat the plastic pollution in the marine ecosystem, it must be begin at the source. So as we knew that 60% of the plastic product we manufacture and we consume on daily basis are single-use plastic. This is a primary concern that must be addressed. While it's also hard to eradicate the plastic from our lives, we must use it wisely and maximize it to, like the waste management itself. To prevent the Indonesian from the polluting of the seas with the plastic, the Indonesian land-based waste management system must be changed. The requirement to reduce or, we can say like the minimize waste management inefficiencies. And then it's also important, the transition from the open dumping system to the controlled dumping system, or 100% fully sanitary landfill system in order to improve this issue. This also includes the technology, for example, to put the nuclear technology or pyrolysis technology in the landfill itself. So if there's a leak, I mean, into the to the water bodies, let's say we can also put the river trash boom, or to do the kind of implement the river trash boom, because according to our research, river with the river trash boom can reduce the plastic litter entering the sea by up to tenfold or 10 times when we compare it with the river without the river trash boom. And additionally, as I mentioned before, the Indonesian central and local government to win the struggle of kind of against the plastic pollution, the legal framework must be strengthened and implemented. The government strategy must be multi-tiered and include the effect of communities. Those are most, kind of constantly exposed to the plastic pollution, to need the action on the daily basis. Thank you very much, Pak Toti.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Dr. Cordova. I hope you are recovering soon from your illness or fatigueness. So I can probably take some notes here. Different type of utilization of plastic will also different characteristic of plastic waste will be result. So therefore require different approach and implementing technology to overcome it. So, but the most important one is the public awareness to be put at front in using plastic instead of just only plastic waste management. So again, appropriate technology need to be chosen wisely, how we can then manage the plastic waste in the futures. So thank you very much again. Well, audience, thank you for your patience. And we have gathered information in controlling plastic waste pollution starting from the management policy of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and their program activity as mentioned by the Director General of Soil Waste, Hazardous Waste and Toxic Substance Management. We also have some enlightenment from Batan as before, and now is the sprint. The utilizing of the involvement nuclear technology as one of the innovation to beat plastic pollutions from Professor Anhar, and also the commitment for the technical coordination program from the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, how the IAEA will provide support, I would say, because the reduction of plastic waste is now also become the major concern of the IAEA. And further, the Ministers of Environment and Forestry is not standing alone in combating plastic pollutions. The Ministry of Industry, with its Green of Industry program, also making a good chance and some kind of proof probably that Indonesia has also a strong collaborations among agencies or institutions in reducing plastic waste. Last but not least, so much activity in research and developing has been presented by Oceanography Research Center. Status of plastic pollutions, possibility of technology to be concerned in the future because of the characteristic of the plastic-based raw material is also different. Also, with the possible mitigating program in the future, collaborating with other stakeholders. So thank you to all panelists. I would like to invite for questions now. But probably before I have some questions, I would like to probably have to invite Dr. Nofrizal, whether there is other additional informations with regard of the program in combating plastic waste or plastic pollutions in Indonesia. So I think you have 2 minutes to explain and have some additional information. Time is yours now.
Thank you, Excellencies, Mr. Toti Cipto Sumirat, Excellencies, all speakers. I would like add and highlight Ibu DJ message related to the use of nuclear technology as a new innovation to beat plastic pollution. We as the government is welcoming the innovation to tackle plastic pollution, since we actually need extraordinary solution to overcome a complex and multi-dimensional challenges of plastic pollution. We encourage academia, researchers from government and non-government institutions, entrepreneurs and practitioners to start building innovation and technology to seek best solution addressing plastic pollution, including by using nuclear technology. We really appreciate the partnership between BRIN and IAEA in conducting research on nuclear technology to reduce plastic pollution. We do hope this effort will be one of the best upcoming solutions. Lastly, I think we, the government of Indonesia, will encourage and facilitate the nuclear technology to reduce the plastic waste pollution. We have the platform under the National Coordination Team of Combating Marine Litter Pollution under the President Regulation number 83, 2018. So I think in few days we will invite to discussing how to implement the pilot plan about the nuclear technology to reduce the plastic pollution in Indonesia. So we will invite all stakeholders to discussing that. Thank you, Pak Toti.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think it is very good for us to give him a big applause for his welcoming opportunity for other stakeholders like Bataan to work together under the coordinations of the Ministries of Environment and Forestry in combating plastic. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And I would like to also probably remind one thing. During the meeting in a few days, next few days, I would like to also proposing myself to also invite the International Atomic Energy Agency, who has now Pak Sahril and also Ms. Selina, that probably will also including on how we can then in the future creating kind of activities, program that will be supporting by the International Atomic Energy Agency. So please do remind and please do also be standby, Pak Sahril and also Selina, about the invitation that will be coming from Dr. Nofrisal. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. The next, because we still got about 5 minutes left, 7 minutes altogether probably, I would like to invite questions or probably information, additional informations from the Director, Head of Research and Technology Center in the Application of Isotope and Radiations, Dr. Rozi Kimawan, for his statement of what will be in the future collaboration work in this reducing plastic waste or in combating plastic waste that your institutions is required or probably provided. So the time is yours, about 1 or 2 minutes. Please, sir. Whatever, yes. I think you can join on the stage next to Dr. Nofrisal. So we will probably have the closing together, all of us here on the stage. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Toti, and Excellency, all speakers. I would like to introduce my name. Thank you. I'm Rozi Kimawan from Center for Research and Technology of Radiation and Isotope Application under BRIN. Yeah. As mentioned before, that our research center is in conducting research and development on how to develop the technology in using radiation and isotope. As mentioned before, that our research center will conduct a research and how to get a new technology in combating for plastic waste. And the previous we also heard that the commitment of the government of Indonesia and by Minister of Environmental and Forestry, and also from the IAEA from the commitment of supporting in the technological aspect and technical aspect. And so in the last, Mr. Nofrizal also inviting us and also all stakeholders to formulate how to collaborate. So it will be good idea if we can set up organizational teamwork in conducting this project. So as your expectation that the nuclear technology will be the sufficient and also a good treatment in combating the plastic waste. Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you very much, Dr. Himawan. As we already heard from the expectation from the Ministries of Environment and Forestry, and also what will be provided in terms of providing nuclear technology to combating together in this plastic waste, I would like to invite just 90 seconds from the International Atomic Energy Agency for your statement with regard of the information that already been collected and gathered this morning, your comment regarding to the future involvement of the International Atomic Energy Agency and supporting from the International Atomic Energy Agency regarding of this new tech for combating plastic. I don't know, it is Mr. Sahril or Selina would like to make the statement. Please do. 90 minutes.
Selina, please.
Okay, Selina, please.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, I would like to share a little bit about this NUTEC. NUTEC Plastic is a program initiative that the IAEA is launching recently. Well, from the last year, we are working very hard, but this year we start the implementation of this big program, a very comprehensive program, because it covers all the different regions around the world. So we start with Asia Pacific because it's the most advanced in this implementation. We are going to spread the voice now to the different regions. So this NUTEC Plastic is a new program, as I mentioned, and it aims to enhance or expand the potential contribution of nuclear science and technology to address plastic pollution. The program aims to assist member states in integrating nuclear techniques to address challenge of plastic pollution. Through this program, research and uptake of nuclear techniques in two main areas. One is on monitoring and assessing the marine plastic, and on the other, plastic polymer waste recycling. We are supporting the member states, in this case also Indonesia, to develop capacity building and also to be able to transfer the technology to the potential partners and stakeholders. So this is a summary of what NUTEC means and what is this effort to all the member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your explanations. Again, the NUTEC program, thank you. Thank you again. So the NUTEC program provided by the International Atomic Energy Agency is very open for us to joining and also participating in that program. Because this is not only just one country problem, this is really around the world problem to combating, reducing plastic pollutions. Thank you very much, Selina. Thank you very much for the explanation regarding to the involvement of the IAEA in giving support to countries who like to combat this plastic problem here. So, for closing, I still have another 4 minutes, and I would like to read my notes here, my points here, that approaching to resolve climate action together, one of the major program activity will be led in Indonesia by the Ministries of Environment and Forestry in reducing plastic waste. Technology such as nuclear technology will be one technology complementary to other in reducing this plastic waste. Combating this plastic waste will not be done without collaborations. And this has already been proved by the Ministries of Industries and also mentioned just lately by Dr. Nofrisal. We have to be in collaboration together within the countries, and also the most important one, the International Atomic Energy Agency providing technical assistance through the technical cooperations program like the new tech in combating these plastic waste pollutions. So thank you very much for that. Next point, participation from stakeholders in regard of this combating plastic pollutions is an obligation to all of us toward the success combating and reducing plastic waste. Kindly, I would like to ask to address to the Ministries of Environment and Forestry, remain to be the leader, and provide fully support for the technology involvement, like the nuclear technology involvement, in this reduction program of plastic waste in the futures. Also, support collaborations by the Ministry of Industry is very much needed. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention during the whole time of this talk show. I hope we can interact more in action after this talk show by having what already been suggested by Dr. Nofrisal regarding probably to obtain some kind of teamwork together, not only just from the Ministries of Environment and Forestry, but also probably involving other ministry, other agency, other institution, including the one that is international institution like the IAEA in combating this plastic reductions program around the world. So thank you very much from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please put us hand together. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Indonesia is a vast archipelago of 17,000 islands, having more than 100 million hectares of terrestrial and 5 million square kilometers coastline. Indonesia has very rich and unique biodiversity, also highest biodiversity in the world. Is often called the mega biodiversity country. Indonesia has more than 47 ecosystems distributed from the alpine into the deep of marine ecosystem. It's a home abundance of world's flowers, mammals, reptiles, birds, amphibians, and fishes. Indonesia has committed to conserve the biodiversity in all levels. 54 national parks are covering more than 27 million hectares, considering the richness of the ecosystem and species, as well as the genetic and their uniqueness in the world. 7 ASEAN Heritage Parks have been designated, namely Gunung Leuser, Kerinci Sebelat, Waikambas, Kepulauan Seribu, Bantimurung Bulu Saraung, Wakatobi, and Lawrence. Gunung Leuser National Park, which covers more than 800,000 hectares, is the first national park declared by Indonesia and also become ASEAN Heritage Parks. This tropical rainforest of Sumatra, specially dedicated to conserve an outstanding value of 4 large mammals: Sumatran rhino, tiger, orang-utans, and elephants. Kerinci Sebelat National Park, with its richness of the biodiversity and the beauty of nature, with the total are more than 1.3 million hectares, is the famous habitat of the Sumatran tiger, Rafflesia arnoldi, Rafflesia hasselati, and Taxus sumatranus. Some of those species have been tested in the laboratory for its benefit for health, anti-cancer, and to halt the infectious diseases. Waikambas National Park has a total area more than 100,000 hectares. Waikambas is a lowland secondary forest which is suitable for rhino and elephant. The establishment of rhino sanctuary in this national park is to assure the reproduction of rhino in their semi-nature habitat. Andatu and Harapan are the evidence of the success of the program. In securing the population of the rhino in their nature habitat, Center of Elephant Conservation is built in this area. Kepulauan Seribu National Park, with a total area of more than 100,000 hectares. The park is just next door to the capital city of Indonesia, Jakarta, and their beauty panoramic coastal and marine ecosystem, where the turtle usually landing for nesting include the eagles. Conservation of the turtle and coral reef, as well as the mangrove plantation, is also involving civil society and local community. Bantimurung Bulu Saraung National Park has the total area of 43,000 hectares, designated being an AHP in 2018. The most popular ecosystem conserved is karst and its spatial shape of cave. The caves have preserving the prehistorical authenticity of the ancient people, their art, and living. The best waterfall is the sanctuary of the diversity of butterfly, and the national park is also known as the Kingdom of Butterfly. It is also home of the endemic species such as Sulawesi Julang, Kuskus, Sulawesi Black Macaque, and Tarsier. Wakatobi National Park, located in the heart of World Coral Triangle Ecosystem Center. Wakatobi is a miniature of this archipelagic country, with a total area more than 1 million hectares. The seascape of Wakatobi represents an exquisite beauty of underwater marine, and the famous tree atoll called Kaledupa, Kapota, and Tomia. It is structured from the unique coral community as a home for the marine species. Lawrence National Park has more than 2.5 million hectares, which is the largest national park in Southeast Asia. In 1984, Lawrence was declared as ASEAN Heritage Parks. The park is an outstanding example of the biodiversity of New Guinea. Lawrence is one of the most ecologically diverse national parks in the world. At 4,884 meters, Puncak Jaya is one of the highest peaks of the 7 continents. The mammal species include the 4 species of cuscus, as well as wallabies, 3 kangaroos. In Sudirman Range is dingo and fascinating birds called bird of paradise. And the way for us to preserve and promote the biodiversity and prosperity for ASEAN.
Directorate of Biodiversity Conservation, Directorate General of Natural Resources and Ecosystem Conservation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry attempt to carry out its role in protection, preservation, and utilization in the level of ecosystem, species, as well as genetic, through the in situ and ex situ conservation activities. In situ activities are also equipped with animal conflict management facilities, while ex situ conservation activities are carried out through the management of conservation institutions. Conservation efforts that have been conducted by the Directorate of Biodiversity Conservation together with partners in line with CITES, CBD, Ramsar Conventions, IUCN, and ACB. Together, we protect and manage Indonesia's biodiversity as a legacy for the future generations.
Bicara tentang mangrove, Indonesia tentu menjadi pusat perhatian dunia. Rasa syukur atas karunia akan hutan mangrove yang terluas di dunia menjadikan tanggung jawab yang membahagiakan untuk menjaganya. Fungsinya, selain untuk keseimbangan lingkungan pesisir, kawasan mangrove bahkan telah menjadi salah satu sumber penghidupan bagi masyarakat pesisir. Seiring pertumbuhan penduduk serta perputaran roda ekonomi di pesisir semakin menggerus pertumbuhan ekosistem mangrove, sehingga mangrove tak lagi tumbuh baik. Juga pandemi COVID-19 di awal tahun 2020 di mana kita dipaksa untuk bisa beradaptasi dengan segala kondisi dan perubahan yang terjadi. Hingga langkah program padat karya penanaman mangrove pun dicanangkan Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan dalam upaya menggerakkan ekonomi masyarakat pesisir di era pandemi COVID-19. Tak hanya koordinasi di tingkat pusat, koordinasi sampai tingkat tapak pun dilakukan hingga pendampingan pelaksanaan di lapangan. Harapan besar pada setiap bibit yang ditanam, juga peluh yang jatuh untuk merawat dan menjaga mangrove menjadi semangat kita untuk terus mempertahankan keberadaan mangrove. Pelibatan aktif dan antusias masyarakat merupakan target utama dalam kegiatan ini. Banyak kendala dalam kegiatan ini tentu tidak akan mengalahkan keinginan yang kuat yang sudah tertanam sejak awal. Kolaborasi pemerintah dan masyarakat demi cita-cita bersama, memulihkan mangrove sebagai sabuk hijau negara juga terus menjadi semangat juang yang tercermin dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan ini.
Imbasnya bagi mereka yang punya tambak, artinya air itu sendiri akan berubah dengan sendirinya, berubah bagus dengan sendirinya hasil dari mangrove itu.
Kami rame-rame ini enak, semangat kami. Lagian di rumah pun kayak gini masa corona nggak ada kegiatan. Jadi inilah maka kesini kami semua ibu-ibu bisa membantu keluarga untuk beli beras lah.
Parameter keberhasilan padat karya mangrove tidak hanya pada keberhasilan penanaman bibit-bibit mangrove, namun berhasil menaikkan perekonomian masyarakat pesisir juga menjadi tolak ukur penting kegiatan ini. Kementerian LHK akan terus mendukung setiap langkah dan upaya dalam rehabilitasi ekosistem mangrove. Bahkan, rehabilitasi hutan mangrove menjadi prioritas kegiatan Kementerian LHK untuk tahun 2021 hingga 2024. Kita tidak hanya berfokus pada upaya rehabilitasi mangrove, namun kita bersama-sama harus terus menjaga jutaan hektar mangrove yang lestari. Dampak dari pandemi tidak selamanya buruk. Dari pandemi COVID-19, kita banyak belajar. Belajar untuk beradaptasi, belajar untuk menghargai waktu, belajar untuk bekerja lebih giat, serta belajar menjadikan kegiatan merawat lingkungan menjadi sebuah kebiasaan baru. Kebiasaan baru untuk mencintai bumi dan merawatnya juga merupakan salah satu tanda ungkapan rasa syukur kita terhadap karunia alam yang diberikan kepada kita. Jaga mangrove untuk bumi kita.
Indonesia is endowed with the most extensive, valuable, and biologically diverse tropical forests in the world. Therefore, Indonesia forests must benefit for the people welfare for today's and future generations. Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia has continuously addressed the policy to implement advanced silviculture through environmentally harvesting or reduced impact logging practices for natural forest concession holder. Intensive silviculture technique is also to increase forest productivity and to ensure the balancing of higher forests as well as people's well-being. By applying reduced impact logging, logging waste has declined from 50 to around 25% with the adoption of better harvesting management system. Field experience has demonstrated that by adopting reduced impact logging, wood production is increased from 10% to 20%. In the business perspective, reduced impact logging can actually enhance profitability, non-tax state revenue from reforestation fund, as well as forest resource royalty. By improving timber harvesting practices, can greatly reduce negative impact to the forest and strengthening business performance. Thereby, concession holders can play important role to the local development and to the local well-being. The main objective of silane or intensive silviculture technique is to increase forest productivity. It is aware that current selective cutting and planting system in terms of Indonesia's silviculture can only contribute low productivity, around 30 cubic meters per hectare. Based on the ground experiences, Silin has proved that natural forest yield can achieve more than 120 cubic meters per hectare. Adopting reduced impact logging and intensive silviculture are bringing the positive impact not only to reduce carbon emission but also to enhance profitability. Last but not least, these management practices will create a higher forest and people's well-being.
I believe that we, timber producer as well as consumer countries, are all concerned to stopping the trade in illegal timber trade. Indonesia has been able to develop and implement a robust system to provide the evidence over the legality of our timber products through SVLK.
Currently, in today's world, there's a lot of regulation that is required importers, wood importers, to oblige with the government regulation. Fortunately, Indonesia has taken that step early ahead, or creating this SVLK, Sistem Verifikasi Legalitas Kayu. It is a product of Indonesia, and it ensures the importer in EU or in any other part of the world that they are buying wood product from a legal source and also from a forest that is managed sustainably.
Asal usul kayu jelas, untuk apa mau dikemanakan dan untuk apa produknya biar jelas.
Saya sangat setuju, saya sangat mendukung karena kan untuk kebijakan SVLK ini tidak untuk pedagang besar saja tapi juga untuk pedagang kecil.
Dengan adanya SVLK merupakan suatu kebanggaan buat saya pribadi karena satu, kita lebih care dengan lingkungan. Jadi tidak sembarang kayu kita bisa jual. Semua harus melalui proses legality yang benar. Ini sudah benar-benar membatasi yang namanya illegal logging. Kalau perlu ya memang harus tidak ada di Indonesia.
Oke, ini dua dari tiga mantra demokratisasi yang ada di dunia, bahwa partisipasi, akuntabilitas, transparansi itu haruslah berjalan seiring proses ya, dan tidak boleh berhenti gitu. Nah, SVLK telah memulainya menurut saya dengan transparansi dan akuntabilitas untuk tata pengelolaan hutan di Indonesia. Namun demikian, sejauh ini cukup baik, tetapi tetap diperlukan upaya menjaganya dan meningkatkan level akuntabilitas, level partisipasi, transparansinya ke depan untuk betul-betul memastikan bahwa SVLK benar-benar berkontribusi sangat baik terhadap upaya perbaikan tata kelola di Indonesia.
Gue nggak kelihatan nggak masuk ini kan maksud gue. Hah? Oh tapi kan situ.
those of you in Glasgow, a very warm welcome to the side event using nature-based solution for adapting to climate change and building tes. Halo Pak, Pak Ses.
Ya, kedengaran.
Oke, siap. Live dong, udah.
Bentar, ada bumper dulu. Kasih gambar bumper. Oke.
Bumper dulu 6 detik ya, baru Mbak.
Ini bumper dulu.
Good afternoon from Jakarta and good morning for those of you in Glasgow. A very warm welcome to the side event using nature-based solution for adapting to climate change and building economic resilience based on blue economy principle. Today's event is conducted both on site at Indonesia Pavilion in Manggalawana Bakti Building, Jakarta, and online through Zoom platform and broadcasted live on YouTube Indonesia Pavilion. I would like to extend my warmest greetings and appreciation to the distinguished speakers and participants who are joining with us today from Jakarta, Glasgow, or their respective locations. I hope that we are all in good health to follow this side event. My name is Rini Widayanti and I'll be your MC for today's event. The side event aims to highlight experiences on implementing nature-based solution, ecosystem-based adaptation as one of the strategies to climate change adaptation and to achieve economic resilience toward blue economy. So, brief rundown for today's agenda, we will have keynote speech and opening from Director General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. After the opening, we will continue with presentation session by 4 amazing speakers and followed by Q&A or summary at the end of the sessions. I'm pleased to inform you that our side event will be moderated by Dr. Hendra Yusransiri, Secretary Directorate General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hendra Yusransiri, who joined us today online from Glasgow. And without further ado, I'm handing over the microphone to Mr. Hendra. Por favor, Hendra, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Rini. Good afternoon good afternoon and also good morning from Glasgow. I think this is very fruitful timing, and very warm welcome to all of you. The side event of nature-based solution for adapting to climate change and building economic resilience based on the blue economy principle. Today's event is conducted both on site in Manggalawana Bakti, as Rini already mentioned, and also online through Zoom, and we broadcast through YouTube. So again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rini mentioned that Hendra Swansiri. And as we are aware that climate change are inevitable and its impact will be devastating to the vulnerable communities, especially who live in the coastal and the small island. To protect our communities and from climate change impact, we need to build their adaptations capacity and resilience through adaptation measure. Excuse me, measure. And I think this one adaptation is one key component of the long-term global response to the climate change. And one of the climate change adaptation measure, as you probably already know, that this is nature-based solutions, and we would like to have what we call this through the ecosystem-based adaptation, or ABA. ABA aims to support people in adapting to climate change. And today we are blessed, and then we are glad that we have very distinguished speakers on the experience in implementation of nature-based solutions, especially ABA and the blue economy as a climate change adaptation strategy. So using their experience, we hope that our discussions will provide recommendations and how to nature-based solution through such as like mangrove restorations can be part of the holistic strategy for adapting to climate change and building economic resilience, and of course through providing for fishers and coastal communities to achieve the blue growth and toward the blue economy. So before we start our discussion, and to make sure that we are on the same page, let's watch the short video about the ecosystem-based adaptation by the Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So can I ask host to please play the video, and then before also we would like to ask the host to share the virtual background so everybody can have a similar virtual background. Host, please. Thank you. thank you. I hope this video will provide us with background information regarding the side event topic. And to begin our side event today, I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Pamuji Lestari as Acting Director General for Marine Spatial Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to give a keynote speech and officially open the side event on behalf of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Bapak Sakti Bayu Trenggono. The minister is currently on the way back from Dubai to in Jakarta. So I would like to invite hosts to share the screen for Ibu Pamuji Lestari speech and also officially open. Host, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to express my highest esteem and sincere gratitude to you and wish you all in a good health. I'm glad that we're still able to participate in the session of Indonesia Pavilion on the 26th COP UNFCCC with topic Using Nature-Based Solution for Adapting to Climate Change and Building Economic Resilience based on Blue Economy Principle, which is held in virtually and in person in Manggala Wanabakti, Jakarta. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the future climate change that heading our way that will also impact our ecosystem, leading to biodiversity loss, is currently continue to threaten our oceans. Protecting and restoring the ocean is critical to human well-being, ocean health, and reducing the impact of climate change. We have several nature-based solutions for adapting to climate change and building economic resilience based on sustainable blue economy, namely preserving and restoring blue carbon ecosystem, establishing and maintaining climate-smart MPAs, supporting climate-smart fisheries and small-scale fisheries, ecosystem-based adaptation, sustainable natural resources management, and protecting and restoring coastal ecosystems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is currently and continues to promote and implement a sustainable ocean development through a blue economy. The preservation and restoration of marine and coastal ecosystem is a prerequisite for the sustainability of environmental services and is the key to the sustainability of the social and economic life of the community. Through these events, Indonesia strongly encourages the implementation of nature-based solutions by preserving and restoring of coastal and marine ecosystems such as mangrove. This is an important undertaking in underlying the nexus of ocean and climate change. Coastal ecosystems such as mangrove can reduce the impact of typhoons and other extreme events by protecting shorelines against storm surge, high waves, flooding, and coastal erosion. Additionally, mangrove provide a multitude of co-benefits such as fish habitat that strengthen food security and non-timber products for local communities. This ecology and economic benefits support the implementation of the blue economy policy. Indeed, it improves marine and coastal ecosystem governance and equal economic opportunities and improve community welfare. In addition, mangrove plays crucial role for climate change by providing the biogeochemical function as carbon reserve. Mangrove sequesters carbon within standing biomass and soils and gives significant contribution to coastal sediment carbon storage. Thus, our focus should be extended from developing the regulatory framework of carbon accounting to improve management and policy in mangrove restoration as forest carbon stock enhancement. This holistic effort would increase the benefit of mangrove ecosystem services for communities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, I would like also to highlight several actions that Indonesia have taken in order to implement ocean climate actions, among others. First, highlights the value of sustainable management of mangrove and peatlands. In this regard, Indonesia developed mangrove rehabilitation program. We set an ambitious target to restore, conserve, and sustainably manage 600,000 hectares of mangrove ecosystem by 2024. Second, underline the importance of ocean conservation in order to protect and manage the marine ecosystems. Indonesia has managed to gazette 28.1 million hectares of MPAs, or 8.6% of its ocean. This figure includes 1.1 million hectares of coral reef conservation areas. We target to reach 34.5 million hectares in 2030. Third, develop 47 coastal climate resilience villages to improve the preparedness of coastal communities to climate change related to disasters, and 39 coastal community schools (CCCS) to raise awareness of coastal communities. Linking it to the fisheries, Indonesia focuses on the development of its marine and fishery sector based on innovation and technology towards a sustainable blue economy for prosperity through 3 programs, namely A. The implementation of sustainable capture fishery policy in its fishery management area, or WPP. B. The development of integrated sustainable aquaculture based on marine and fishery research to increase export. And the C. The development of freshwater, brackish water, and marine aquaculture villages based on local wisdom. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this event is particularly important for us in order to share experiences and to gain input from various stakeholders and professionals, and formulating recommendations on how nature-based solutions through mangrove restoration can be part of holistic strategy for adapting to climate change and building economic resilience. In addition, experiences from mainstreaming of nature-based solutions from various countries shall be used to expand challenges and opportunities from the perspective of governments and civil society organizations. A better understanding of the role of nature in oceans shall be achieved to guide policymakers and decision makers to develop and implement adaptation strategies for coastal communities, and thus could generate income respectively. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that this event will be useful and open up our way of thinking and facing various challenges in this ocean and climate-related issues. I wish you all have a fruitful and successful discussion. I would like to also highlight the importance of cooperation and collaboration. Action from government alone will never be enough. Therefore, we have to mobilize all resources from our development partners. In this occasion, I would like to convey our sincere gratitude to all the speakers for their meaningful contribution and to our development partners for their sustained support. Let me encourage all other participants, international agencies, donors, NGOs, governments, experts to strengthen our cooperation and collaboration in order to ensure the sustainability of our ocean and coastal community welfare. I believe together we could build back the ocean's ecosystem and the economy to be bluer, stronger, better, and healthier. Thank you.
Thank you, Butari. I would like to inform the all participants Butari is currently out of the town. She is doing the visited a formal visit to West Papua, which is there is no good connection there. So thank you, Bu Fatari, for the speech and opening the side event. And now we will commence our first presentation. I would like to inform us that we have a very prominent speaker, and then also I would like to inform our first speaker is His Excellency James Alex Michael, a former president of the Republic of Seychelles. As you know, the Seychelles is really in advance in terms of for a blue economy strategy. So, Michael, James, I can say that is currently executive committee of James Alex Michael Foundations. Michael will talk about the nature-based solution for adapting a climate change, especially for the small island, and the experience on how the Blue Bond Sovereign Fund set up in Seychelles. Unfortunately, Michael could not join us today, but through live, but he kindly provided us with his video presentation. So I would like to encourage us to watch the video from Michael. Please, committee.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Being a citizen of a small island developing state, I have often despaired at how our ocean, so critical to our survival, is taken for granted. It is treated as if its riches belong to all who sail upon the seas, but the responsibility for its protection lies at no one's shore. Hence, our ocean is the barometer for the scale of the climate crisis that we must face as citizens of our planet. For there is no better indicator or regulator of the global climate than the ocean. We are teetering on the edge of the abyss. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, has shown that the vast majority of excess heat generated by global warming is absorbed by the oceans. This translates into coral bleaching, increasing acidity, and heightened frequency of extreme weather events. For island dwellers around the world, this means less fish, less income and livelihoods, and homes that are under threat. The impact is immediate. So many of the stories about climate change are about future disasters, but I can assure you that for island nations, the ocean is telling us that there is no more time. But the ocean also carries a message of hope. As it has done for our ancestors, the ocean reminds us of our isolation, but also of our connection to the rest of humanity. And thus we remind everyone of the power of this connection. And we are all connected to the ocean's ability to generate new life. By committing to protect at least 30% of our oceanic spaces, we will provide our oceans with the chance to rejuvenate, the chance to recover and provide a new lease of life for all. After all, let us remember, there is no vaccine against climate change. But there is no bigger boost to our planet's immune system than by protecting our oceans. I recall vividly of how I took the first steps towards leading Seychelles to commit over 1/3 of its exclusive economic zone under protection, and how to many it seemed unrealistic. Seychelles had already dedicated over 50% of its land under protection, but only 2% of our oceanic space had adequate protection. This represented a huge risk to our biodiversity, and critically, it also represented a huge risk to our economy, as Seychelles has made environmentally conscious tourism a mainstay of its development strategy. Studies have shown that the bleaching events associated with El Nino in the late 90s had decimated the coral in our inner islands, while also showing that those areas, the most protected and least impacted by human interference, proved the most resilient. The goal of protecting at least 30% of our oceanic space, to me, represents the most lasting investment of my presidency. Because for me, it was about giving my country a fighting chance. It was about ensuring that my children and grandchildren can benefit from a symbiotic relationship with the ocean, which has defined so much of my own existence. The main challenge in achieving this ambition was that it was seen as economically unviable, or even that such a goal may represent a brake on the expansion of tourism and fisheries. We were determined to marry the possibility of sustainable management of the oceanic space together with economic opportunity. And this is why we used every chance we got to advocate for the principles of a blue economy. This required relooking at the organization of economic activity in our oceanic space and mobilizing new resources. The opportunity arose to undertake a debt for adaptation swap with the support of the Nature Conservancy, and on the basis of a newly defined marine special plan for the country's 1.3 million square kilometers of ocean. We successfully bought back $21.7 million of our debt in 2015, being the first of its kind to use repurposed debt for the purposes of refinancing marine protection. We created a special fund called the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust to manage the proceeds, and which continues to disburse funds annually to invest in conservation, ecotourism, and sustainable fisheries initiatives. In the process, we created marine protected areas totaling almost 400,000 square kilometers, an area larger than Germany. Most importantly, for this operation, we created new economic opportunities. Marine-based ecotourism has flourished on the basis of the specially selected areas of outstanding biological diversity. The debt swap also led to improved market access for Seychelles, opening the door for Seychelles to issue a blue bond a few years later for investment in sustainable fisheries. I have confidence that the marine protected areas will contribute to sustainable livelihoods in Seychelles for many generations. These safe havens can multiply benefits in several ways. Recent research by the American Network of Marine Protected Areas has shown that for each 5% of additional marine areas under targeted protection correlates a boost of up to 20% in catches in surrounding areas. There are also intriguing possibilities for harnessing the opportunities of biotechnology using ocean-based products, including, for example, in pharmaceutical The experiences that Seychelles has undergone have also shown how sustainable structures can generate rewards on financial markets or even the smallest jurisdiction. Seagrass is one of the 3 blue carbon ecosystems alongside mangroves and salt marshes, with the ability to capture carbon dioxide up to 50% faster than the Earth's green carbon ecosystems, such as trees. It is one of the Earth's most efficient carbon sinks, and it is a much needed weapon against climate change. Seychelles is one of several countries, including Indonesia, considering the role that nature-based solutions can play within these collective efforts to achieve global reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change in particular. And Seychelles is exploring the role that seagrass protections can play in its next NDC. Increased knowledge on Seychelles blue carbon systems and enhanced public awareness on the ability to mitigate climate change is one of our strategic priorities. Knowledge gained from this program would also be developed, shared, and utilized to advance other strategic priorities. For example, to support the creation of MPAs that protect the health and resilience of blue carbon systems as carbon sinks. Promote and incentivize the rehabilitation of seagrass and mangrove systems, given their ability to fight climate change. Nurture the establishment of blue economy projects and blue carbon markets that can reward businesses that protect and restore the ability of blue carbon systems to mitigate climate change. The James Michel Foundation, in partnership with Deakin University of Australia, is undertaking the first ever study of blue carbon stocks within the Seychelles archipelago. Blue carbon ecosystems, mangroves, seagrass beds, salt marsh, are among Earth's most efficient carbon sinks, burying carbon up to 40 to 50 times faster than tropical forests and locking away carbon in the ground for millennial timescales. Accounting for the ocean's carbon offsetting capacity can help Seychelles and other countries, including Indonesia, remain a net carbon sink and achieve its nationally determined contribution, the NDC. Further, many of the costs of achieving emission reductions in the energy and transport sectors could be met through international climate carbon and blue carbon markets. In addition to sequestering carbon, blue carbon ecosystems provide other important ecosystem services. They support fisheries, enhance biodiversity, and protect shorelines from erosion. It also protects shorelines from extreme weather events and sea level rise. Financing for climate resilience needs to be dramatically upscaled at the global level. Commitments made by the richest nations under the Paris Agreement must be honored. But I am proud that despite the challenges that surrounded us, my country was able to do something meaningful to build climate resilience for ourselves, but which also contributes to global resilience. Because our ocean continues to connect us by building pockets of protection and resilience, we must connect the opportunities that are before us. It is my hope that if a country of less than 100,000 people can protect 30% of its ocean, then we must believe that the over 7 billion inhabitants of planet Earth can do the same to protect the space that connects us all, to protect the ocean which belongs to us all and which depends on us all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency James, for your inspiring talk and also share experience. I think we get from the first experience from Pak James, how they're using solution as a climate change adaptation, especially the experience on setting up the Blue Bond Sovereign Fund for Seychelles. And now we are going to move the second speaker. We will have Dr. Gerd Fleischer. I hope I can pronounce correctly. He is a lead advisor of climate of GIZ. As you know, GIZ is leading in terms of promoting the ecosystem-based adaptation. Dr. Fleischer will speak about the GIZ experience on cross-learning and best practice on strengthening ecosystem-based adaptation in planning and decision-making process, especially for the marine and coastal ecosystem. He will give his presentation online. And I would like to say good afternoon, Dr. Fleischer. And now it's time, the floor is yours for the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Excellency, Dr. Hendra Yusman Siri, Secretary Director General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, and Dr. Engineer Pamuti Lestari, Acting Director General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, selamat siang, very good afternoon to all of you from Menteng, Jakarta. Good morning to Glasgow. It's a great pleasure for me to join you today during this side event of the COP26 of the UNFCCC, honorable delegations from countries and international organizations. Allow me to extend my appreciation to the Indonesian government, which has been so valuable and so a valuable and trusted partner in implementing ecosystem-based adaptation at various levels. I would like to share some of these experiences of EBA, the ecosystem-based adaptation, as one type of nature-based solutions, focusing on adaptation to climate change. EBA aims to support people in adapting to the diverse effects of climate change by making use of healthy ecosystems. To do so, EBA protects and restores ecosystem and promotes their sustainable use, both on land and on the sea and coastlines. German international cooperation has been working and partnering together with numerous national governments and international organizations, as well as civil society organizations, private sector, academia, foundations, and so on, to implement EBA ecosystem-based adaptation approaches at various levels. I would like to share some of those experiences, as we know that nature matters for our resilience. We have climate change and biodiversity loss as an intertwined and interlinked, interdependent cause for action, and we all know there is an urgent call for action. In fact, as you see from the figure, the graph taken from the Stockholm Resilience Center from 2016 already, the biodiversity loss is the most urgent action we have to do, followed by nitrogen cycle and then by climate change. So biodiversity loss is something we should not forget while talking about climate change. Actually, we know that climate change threatens the services that nature provides, including ecosystem services where biodiversity is a large part of it. We also know that 70% of the estimated 1.1 billion people depend on, are living in poverty in rural areas and directly depend on the productivity of the ecosystems. And 3 billion people depend directly on marine biodiversity. and 1.2 billion jobs directly depend on natural resources and ecosystem services. So marine biodiversity, coastal ecosystems are important for our life, for a huge number of huge part of our population on Earth. So nature-based solutions protect, sustainably manage and restore natural and modified ecosystems. It addresses societal changes effectively and adaptively and provides simultaneously human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So we have co-benefits on all sides, both on human well-being, on the economy, as Dr. James already explained. People can live from it, and biodiversity and climate change adaptation and mitigation. So nature-based solutions wants to capture all of those, and I think that's the beauty of this approach, we can say. So ecosystem-based adaptation, the mainstay is the adaptation to climate change, and it reduces social and environmental vulnerabilities. It generates societal benefits, it restores and improves ecosystem, it supports policies and supports equitable governments and enhanced capacities and also benefit sharing. Yeah. So we have some kind of tripartite benefits that you can see on this screen. But being here at COP26, EBA and climate targets, we from GIZ, we launched a study recently looking at how much blue carbon, ecosystem-based approaches, natural-based solutions are included already in the NDCs of the UNFCCC. And there we see that only 15% of the 162 first NDCs refer explicitly to EBA, and 66% additional NDCs refer to ecosystem-oriented measures in a broader sense. The updated NDCs from last and this year include more specific information on adaptation, for example, for Chile, EBA via coastal protection and restoration. The long-term strategies of the UNFCCC, they show a stronger link between LTS and the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and they show also that more is needed. So we can see from this analysis that we have done that blue carbon or blue natural-based solutions are gaining importance as climate solutions, but there's still a long way to go. So out of the 118 new or adapted NDCs, 71 countries have included marine and coastal and nature-based solutions. And out of these, 45 countries specifically mention blue and nature-based solutions for both adaptation and mitigation purposes. There's clearly favored adaptation measures over mitigation measures, but I think that's an underestimation of the value of the blue solutions and the nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation on mitigation. So I want to reiterate what Dr. James said. It's the blue carbon stock that we can achieve in coastal and maritime areas in the ocean. I think it's far more than we can imagine now, and there's probably more scientific effort needed to actually value those ones. Now to some examples of GIZ contributions. We have been active at various levels, at the global level, involving many countries. We facilitate cross-learning, we exchange best practices, we provide technical inputs in the context of the UN negotiation processes, and we also provide advice on political processes in the partner countries of the International Climate Initiative, the IKI of the German Federal Ministry of the Environment. All these solutions, over 150 examples on ecosystem-based adaptation from 50 organizations that we work with and in 49 countries. They are all covered under this website Panorama. You find there something on coastal management in in northern countries like Sweden, examples from Germany, but also a lot of other countries where we are working on. At the regional level, we all know that fish cannot be contained at the borders of one country. They also swim to a next country. So all these resources in the maritime space, they are often transboundary, and we need transboundary approaches. So we need some kind of regional action. So we support the implementation of the regional plan of action of the Coral Triangle Initiative on coral reefs, fisheries, and food security in the Sulu-Sulawesi seascapes countries, so Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. That was from 2012 to 2018. So we coordinated the country's activities under this regional plan of action. We improved the effective management of marine protected areas. We established regional protected area, a network for instance, for the marine turtles, which you see on the picture. And we adopted fisheries management in selected marine managed areas. At the next one. At the regional level, we will continue with a new project on solutions for marine and coastal resilience in the Coral Triangle. This includes, besides Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, also Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Timor-Leste. So we reach out to 3 more countries there in partnership with a number of the usual names that you find when it comes to nature-based solutions like CI, IUCN, WWF, Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Society, and so on. And we want to strengthen the resilience of ecosystems and communities in transboundary seascapes of the Coral Triangle through protection, good governance, and effective management. This will be a project launched soon with financing from the German Ministry for the Environment. About to start in March or April next year. At the national level, we supported Indonesia by strengthening climate governance with the Ministry of Environment. We promoted EBA at the national and subnational level, so not only in policy making, but also in actual implementation in provinces and regencies. We facilitated capacity building activities. We provided advice on the inclusion of EBA into national policies, such as the NDC roadmap, and we will pick on that work with our new Climate and Biodiversity Hub Indonesia project, which has just started now. Next one, please. Our lessons learned from the various approaches in ecosystem-based adaptation. The recent progress has been made, but it's still we still feel that this is not adequately covered in the climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies at various levels. So not only with the NDCs, the LTS, but also in other country and regional and global strategies. And that's because the values of marine biodiversity and blue carbon are underestimated and underrated. Therefore, funding streams are also not adequate. We also saw that scientific knowledge and also digital solutions like GIS and satellite images may need more emphasis when managing marine and coastal protection, like for instance in coastal mangrove management. Effective marine conservation strategies will also not be effective without the involvement of the local communities. The solutions needed need to be adapted to the specific local ecosystem and socioeconomic environment, but while keeping a wider landscape perspective in mind. And communication is also key. So communication on EBA in marine and coastal areas needs to emphasize the synergetic potential of EBA measures, bringing together biodiversity, climate adaptation, and mitigation benefits, but as well the benefits to the communities like livelihoods and food security. Thank you so much for your attention and looking forward to your questions and looking forward also to cooperation with the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Gerard, for your insightful presentation, and I think it's very insightful. And then also we appreciate that GIZ involvement in strengthening our regional cooperation through CTICF as well as the national. It reminds me that I was in executive director for CTICF Regional Secretariat in 2019 and 2018-2019, which is get full support from the GIZ. Thank you, Pak Gerard. And now we are going to move to the next speaker. Our third speaker, we will have Jen Madwick, CEO of the Villa International. These are our long-time partners for implementation of the what you call this hybrid engineering or kind of like a natural-based solutions. She will speak about the building with nature to accelerate the adaptation and then a blue economy. Bu Jen will deliver the presentation online. Hello, Bu Jen. I hope you are ready your presentation, and then please note that you have 10 minutes. So the screen is yours, Bu Jen. Please.
Good morning, Pahendra, and to all participants.
Morning, Bu.
It says that, here we go. I'm unable to share my own screen, apparently.
I think committee is will assist you. So
okay, then, but okay,
next.
We need to move quickly through the slides, so it will be a little bit complicated. I'm sorry for that. Okay, we start with the challenges that water infrastructure development is really a big threat in this region. And many people in this region are vulnerable to climate change, which is accelerating the impact of large-scale water development. Next, please. So in response, there has been a growing interest in developing nature-based solutions to reach some kind of balance, and also as the basis for a blue economy. So there's a lot of technical guidance, a growing library on how to bring nature back to restore some balance in this coastal environment. Next, please. And so building with nature is, well, of course, building with nature as opposed to fighting nature, and seeing nature as infrastructure. So it's well-adapted infrastructure with many functions and adaptive capacity to bring climate resilience. Next, please. So nature-based solutions really involve you thinking, acting, and interacting differently. They're dynamic solutions. They address multiple functions, and they require innovation. And all nature-based solutions require design that is linked to the specific local context. Next, please. And most of all, I would say that working with nature-based solutions requires you to take a systems approach. So instead of defining a technical solution to a particular local problem, it's necessary to take a systems approach. And that means connecting what's happening with ecosystem and hydrological processes with social, institutional processes, as well as economic processes. So taking a big landscape and seeing how all of these interact. Next, please. And it's true that building with nature involves some uncertainties. So building adaptive design into, or building adaptation into the design, knowing that there will be uncertainties coming up. This is something that needs to be taken into account from the beginning. And you can look to EcoShape's website for further guidance on that aspect. Next, please. So I would like to highlight the initiative taken by the government of Indonesia, and particularly MMAF, who really called out to Wetlands International to help address the rapid erosion along the north coast of Java, Demak district in particular, where the population was coming under increasing risk, not only to their livelihoods, but also to their lives because of the loss of the original mangrove belt. And I think in this sense, MMAF wanted to step into nature-based solutions and explore a large-scale experiment on this. Next, please. So a key step in coming to any solution for the Mak coast was to understand the landscape, as I mentioned before, but then use that knowledge as a basis for creating a vision for the future. So understanding what would happen if it was business as usual, you can see in the top here, fairly devastating scene, and comparing that with what could be a transformed landscape and one where restoring a natural mangrove greenbelt provided safety to the people and the land behind, but also enabled the economy to prosper. And in turn, that prosperous local economy being the basis, the way in which the mangrove greenbelt could be sustained into the future. And by creating such a vision and depicting it like this, it was possible to bring the different stakeholders together and to start action. Next, please. And what is central or has been central to the success in this region is the broad partnership in Indonesia, in Demak, and connected with an international partnership. So this is like a web, if you like, but an interconnected web that stretches across the public and private sector and to communities. It involves engineers and ecologists really designing together. And most of all, it puts communities at the center. They're in the driving seat in many ways, and they are actually involved in the work on the ground, the implementation and the ongoing maintenance of the program. Thank you. Next slide. So the results from this 6 years of program are being published, but summarized here are pretty impressive. Not only that through the use of this hybrid engineering permeable structures, it was possible to stimulate the natural regeneration of mangroves in a way that will sustain for the future. But also that through this program, we were able to transform the way aquaculture was done in the small scale ponds and integrate mangroves into the aquaculture system and use a much less intensive process. So this integrated mangrove aquaculture has really paid off in terms of the local economy. It's paid off in terms of the environment, and it's surely a great example that can be replicated and upscaled elsewhere. And I think what's most impressive about the program is how the villages, the communities have really gained in confidence and really taken over the leadership of the continuing development of this work in this coastal stretch, roughly 20-kilometer coastal stretch. Next, please. And now the success of the innovations here, the way of working, of building with nature, has inspired in a fairly natural process, I would say, the Indonesian government, MMAF and PU to upscale and replicate this work in 13 different districts. And that's really using the philosophy of building with nature, but coming up with designs according to different environments in different parts of Indonesia. Next, please. And of course, all the learning from the monitoring and the scientific studies alongside the program have enabled really good targeting of where this approach is likely to pay off in other vulnerable muddy coasts in Indonesia. Next, please. But as said, the building with nature is a philosophy and approach which has application in a variety of different settings, in and around cities, for example, along rivers. So adapting this approach to other landscapes. Next, please. And work is also underway to make sure that this building with nature approach is taken up, mainstreamed, if you like, at the national level. So building it into existing or planned large-scale coastal development programs and supporting the development of enabling policies. So some policy shifts are needed to really allow that building with nature innovations can be taken up. Next, please. And key to this and core to this is capacity development within the range of institutions. So building on the awareness and then really through training and through implementing that training in new projects, mainstreaming this approach across the institutional network of Indonesia. Next, please. And this is all landing in new projects, new proposals, new designs in different settings. Here you can see there's relatively little space for nature amongst the developments. Next slide, please. But in some situations, a whole landscape approach has been taken to see how building with nature can influence the upstream part of the landscape as well as the coastal environment, and how all of this connects together to bring resilience to people and nature across the entire landscape. Next, please. And what's impressive in Indonesia, I think, is how building with nature, it hasn't got stuck in a flood defense sector or in an environment sector or an infrastructure sector. It's actually been connected across the different government departments and sectors, and therefore it is receiving finance from multiple finance streams. And I think this is a tremendous example for other countries as well. Next, please. So this is the story in Indonesia, but now Wetlands International, EcoShape and other partners are working with Indonesia and building on this platform to spread the word and engage other countries around the Asia region and connect with their experience. Next, please. So Building with Nature Asia aims that by 2030 there are 15 climate resilient landscapes under development, which we estimate would benefit around 30 million people in terms of improving their resilience. Next, please. And in looking for these 15 landscapes and building with nature solutions, it's now possible to draw on, well, very many tried and tested building with nature concepts, which are well described. All the lessons learned are available freely. So we have a kind of menu which is very helpful in stimulating new innovations and ideas in other landscapes. Next, please. So what's happening is that in each of the 5 countries, dialogues are being started with stakeholders and investors to understand what's happening in the landscape and to work through a process that will create a pipeline of bankable projects at a landscape scale. And this is then a basis for larger public and private investment to follow through. Next, please. So here are the emerging landscapes in the 5 countries, and there is already a connected approach through the partnership that is supporting Building with Nature Asia to nurture the development, the dialogues, the political will, the technical exchange across the region. Next, please. And ultimately, we aim also to create a regional platform. I think you need to click to complete this. That's it. A regional platform across the region that will help to create an enabling environment for mainstreaming Building with Nature across the entire Asia region. So this will enable connectivity at a political, technical, policy, science levels nurturing a whole building with nature community that can continue to learn from each other and support the integration of building with nature into the mainstream of infrastructure development across the Asia region. So I think what started off as a small-scale program born out of need in the district of Demak, so a demand-led nature-based solution, has already inspired a whole movement and a broad partnership for bringing building with nature to the Asia region. And at this point, I would like to recognize all of our partners who've worked with us in Indonesia and internationally, as well as very many donors who have built on a very small initial investment and enabled this seed to grow into a beautiful tree, if you like. And we look forward to attracting the support of other donors to really bring this Building with Nature initiative to life in this decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Jen. Thank you for your presentation, presentation. And we have now the fourth speaker, Mr. Imran Amin, my old friend, Director of MERA Program, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. He's one of the NGO that also deal with the mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia. So Pak Imran will give his video talk on capitalizing private sector support for ecosystem-based adaptation in Indonesia through the Mangrove Ecosystem Restoration Alliance. So please, Pak Imran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pak Hendra, allow me before I present our recorded presentation, allow me to give my gratitude to Her Excellency Acting Directorate General of Marine Special Management of Ministry of Marine Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Dr. Pamujil Lestari, and to my colleagues, my senior of the chairman of this meeting, Pak Dr. Hendra Yusansiri, as the Secretary of the Directorate General of Marine Special Management of the Ministry of Marine Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, speakers, allow me to also extend my gratitude on behalf of our organization to the government of Indonesia, who inviting us to join this event to share our lesson learned related to the ecosystem-based adaptation program that we developed here in Indonesia as the one of the choice to overcome climate change impact here in Indonesia. We can continue to the presentation as we have recorded before, with your permission, Pak.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity given to us in this special occasion. Today, I will present from MERA project entitled Capitalizing Private Sector Support for Ecosystem-Based Adaptation in Indonesia through the Mangrove Ecosystem Restoration Alliance. I will share brief information about Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara is a scientific-based non-profit organization that has been present in Indonesia since 2014 with a mission to protect land and water areas as a life support system. We provide innovative solutions to realize the harmony of nature and humans through effective natural resource management and prioritizing the non-confrontational approach, as well as building a network of partnership with all stakeholders for sustainable Indonesia. In carrying out the conservation mission, YCAN and partner work together to support the Indonesian government in 10 provinces in Indonesia: Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, East Nusa Tenggara, Bali, and West Papua. Each of our conservation program is carried out through strong partnership with all stakeholders, including government, corporation, academics, non-government organizations, and local communities from the national level to the site level. We pay attention to communities at the site level and encourage community-based conservation. The local residents are not only spectators, but can actively protect and preserve the nature and which their lives depend on. Ladies and gentlemen, when talk about mangrove, Indonesia has the largest mangrove ecosystem in the world with an area of 3.31 million hectares. This is according to the data belong to Ministry of Environment and Forestry 2020. This area is 23% of the world total mangrove, which are able to store carbon up to 1/3 of all carbon stored in ecosystem in the world. Mangrove ecosystems are also closely related to climate change. The existence of healthy mangrove in coastal areas can increase the resilience of coastal communities to climate change and minimize the impact of natural disasters such as tsunami, storm, and ocean waves. In addition, mangroves are able to maintain water quality and clarity, filter pollutants, and precipitate sediment from land. A healthy mangrove ecosystem will also support fisheries productivity, provide a source of income, protection, and contribute to future and social security. Indonesia's role in mitigating climate change globally is very large, so protecting and restoring mangrove ecosystem is an important step that must be taken immediately. Despite the incredible values that this ecosystem provided, mangroves are continually being destroyed and degraded as a result of aquaculture, agriculture, land use change, coastal management activities, and exacerbated by climate change. Mangrove is one of the world's most threatened tropical ecosystems. Ecosystem-based solution in the context of changing climate can offer triple win solution, as they can provide cost-effective risk reductions, support biodiversity conservation, and enable improvement in economic livelihoods and human well-being. Ecosystem-based adaptation strategies, including mangrove conservation and rehabilitation, integrated management, and sustainable forest and fisheries management, minimize the scope of maladaptation. To address those programs, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, YACAN, has been bringing together public and private actors and forging an alliance called Mangrove Ecosystem Restoration Alliance. We call it MERA. The alliance aims to achieve the following goal. By 2025, 500,000 hectares of mangrove ecosystem restored and sustainably managed to support coastal livelihoods and Indonesia's biodiversity that engage multiple stakeholders and partners. The goal will be achieved through the implementation of set strategy and activities. The first strategy, build a scientific case for mangrove protection and restorations. This particular strategy will focus on providing robust planning and mangrove protection and restoration, including strong baseline information in mangrove condition, ecological mapping, stakeholder mapping, social economic assessment, policy review, and hydro-oceanography projection modeling. This information will serve as a basic information to develop a restoration and monitoring design, as well as integrated management plan for this area. Other plan and approach such as development for ecotourism, detailed engineering design, sustainable financing plan based off set threat of assessment. Those approaches will enhance the effectiveness of mangrove protection and restoration. The second strategy is engaging the national and local government, private sectors, and other important stakeholders. This strategy will focus on getting buy-in and engage national and local government, private sectors, local community, and other stakeholders to actively support and participate in the protection and restoration of the mangrove. The strategy will include development of collaborative management body, strengthening the policy and regulation, and develop sustainable financing scheme and mechanism through Mangrove Ecosystem Restoration Alliance. The third strategy is demonstrate effective mangrove protection, restoration, and management. This strategy is focused on implementation and demonstration of effective protection, restoration, and the management of the mangrove area. This comprises combination of strong science to determine and implement the best approach of improving the mangrove ecosystem health and protections. It can be achieved through promotion of natural restorations and regenerations, integrated collaborative management, sustainable financing mechanism that include incentive scheme for local community and local government to conserve mangrove ecosystem. The last strategy is awareness raising, outreach, and capacity building. The strategy will focus on promoting community awareness and participation in mangrove management. It comprises public campaign and strengthening public perception on the crucial function and service of mangrove ecosystem for community livelihood and reducing climate change impact. Moreover, to ensure sustainability of mangrove management, the program included also capacity building component for key stakeholders to implement collaborative management of the mangrove areas. Our partners in developing and implementing MERA program in Indonesia, we are working closely with government as well as the local government in the local level. Aside of working with the government, we are also working closely with the private sector. In specific location, we got support from APP Sinarmas, Indofood, Chevron, Jarum, and Temasek Foundations. Through this good opportunity, we would like to thank all these partners who have been supporting MERA program. Ecosystem-based collaborative management, including restoration and integrated management, is absolutely necessary to overcome pressure on mangrove. For this reason, in the area where MERA is located, we also help the government to develop the ecosystem recovery plan that can be embodied in integrated coastal management policy in each government. In the end, we hope that the MERA concept, which involves multi-stakeholders from the government, non-government organization, the private sectors, academics, and the community who want to contribute their energy and thought to improve the condition of mangrove in the country, is the answer to the challenges of integrated coastal management so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imran, for your nice presentation. So I would like to encourage all the participants stay with me, be with us to have next presentations from Ms. Rocky Sanchez Tirona, Managing Director Fish Forever, RR, and in collaboration with YAPK, is one of the leading NGO that's as a consortium for conservation of marine and coastal. And this is will be different from our previous speakers. Our presentation from RER and YAPK will be delivered through a new anchor format. It will highlight the ABS support communities toward blue economy. So please share with us RER and YAPK video. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hendra, our moderator. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are now facing one of the biggest challenges in our generation, the climate change. The impact of climate change is imminent. We have seen sea level rise. We have seen warmer earth that actually affects a lot of things. Declining of agricultural products, fishery products, all related to climate change. In tropical countries like Indonesia, we suffer with an additional problem coming out from the changing of weather pattern. We have the El Nino, which is the warm temperature, warm climate, and La Nina, which is the wet and a lot of rains happening. The frequency of oscillation between El Nino and La Nina is getting more often, more frequent, and also the intensity is getting more and more severe. Having that, the fisheries in Indonesia and other tropical countries around Pacific are also affected by this oscillation. This is one of the biggest problems that we are facing in Indonesia, especially when it comes to fishery sector. We are going to learn more about it in the following footage and statement from the head of Fisheries and Marine Affairs from the Southeast Sulawesi Province.
Jadi di beberapa tahun terakhir ini memang ada perubahan iklim. Karena kalau kita ada rencana misalnya mau melaut itu, kita sudah bisa prediksi. Tapi kalau untuk sekarang ini kita tidak bisa lagi prediksi. Misalnya seperti gelombang laut, kemudian arus, kemudian angin, itu yang kita tidak bisa prediksi. Sekarang karena dengan keadaan cuaca seperti ini, ya kita tidak bisa prediksi tadi tuh. Ya dampaknya ya tentunya penghasilan kita dah.
Kalau perubahan iklim di tempat ini kemungkinan besar penghasilan nelayan sudah semakin menurun, jarak zona penangkapan sudah semakin jauh, dan kemungkinan besar dikarenakan karena nelayan sudah semakin banyak dan sudah semakin modern sehingga sudah mulai sulit dalam penangkapan ikan. Dulu kami sangat mudah untuk memprediksi waktu dan kapan kami untuk beraktivitas atau mencari. Tapi dengan perubahan iklim saat ini kami sangat sulit menentukan kapan dan waktu kami untuk beraktivitas atau mencari, dikarenakan karena iklim atau cuaca yang tidak menentu. Sehingga dulunya beberapa tahun ke belakang kami tidak ada aktivitas dekat pantai karena ikan sedikit, tapi oleh karena ada perhatian dari LSM maupun pemerintah yang terkait di dalamnya itu, kami sangat terbantu sehingga kami ada kembali aktivitas yang ada dekat pantai. Dan juga ketika terjadi cuaca yang sangat ekstrim, ketika nelayan di sini tidak bisa melakukan aktivitas di tempat yang jauh, kami mempunyai alternatif untuk penangkapan di dekat pantai atau di zona pemanfaatan di dekat daerah konservasi, sehingga boleh menambah penghasilan kami ketika cuaca tidak bersahabat untuk melakukan aktivitas di tempat yang jauh.
Fenomena perubahan iklim yang kelihatan di Sulawesi Tenggara, kan Sulawesi Tenggara kan kelajumannya diajah 2 musim, musim kemarau, musim hujan. Musim hujan ini terlalu panjang. Biasa idealnya itu dia hanya berlaku 6 bulan, ini sudah 9 bulan, cukup ekstrim. Sehingga dengan ekstrimnya cuaca ini, iklim ini juga akan mempengaruhi terhadap aktivitas masyarakat, terutama masyarakat nelayan. Tentunya ini dengan iklim yang ekstrim ini dampaknya adalah pada tangkap mereka menurun. Tentunya juga ini berimplikasi negatif terhadap nilai jual mereka, pendapatan mereka. Sekarang dengan program PAP ini mereka sudah melakukan proses pengolahan dengan baik, lalu kemudian mereka sudah melakukan penangkapan. Semua stakeholder yang terkait dalam PAP ini adalah sangat mendukung. Kemudian juga kesiapan mental masyarakat luar biasa untuk menerima program PAP ini. Sehingga sampai ke depan mereka berkelanjutan dan bahkan menjadi harapan mereka sampai anugerah mereka ini adalah menjadi sumber harapan mereka.
Unfortunately, the stories are things that might discourage us and sadden our feeling because of the problems that our business have. So, what are the solutions? Let's hear a solution offered by RARE, the US-based organization working, among others, in fishery-related problems. And we are going to hear from Rocky Sanchez Chirona, the Managing Director of Fish Forever, about the experience of RARE in introducing ecosystem-based approach to address the problem of climate change related to fisheries and fishing communities. Please, Rocky.
Coastal communities bear the brunt of climate change, but they're also the ones leading the way in terms of protecting our ocean and building its resilience through sustainable management. When given tools, training, clear legal rights, and the power to make decisions, coastal communities in partnership with their local government leaders have proven to be effective stewards of coastal waters and the marine life that lives there. This is essential for a nation like Indonesia, which, with its 81,000 kilometers of coastline, puts it on the front lines of climate change. Our organization, RARE, knows this firsthand. For over 40 years, RARE has worked with communities across 60 countries to inspire change so that people and nature thrive. In Indonesia, RARE has partnered with over 270 coastal communities as well as government partners to put over 500,000 hectares of coastal ocean waters under sustainable management. We do this through a system called Managed Access Plus Reserves, which builds on many of the key concepts of ecosystem-based adaptation, wherein we harness biodiversity and ecosystem services to reduce the vulnerabilities and increase the resilience of communities to the impacts of climate change. Under this system, the government, in partnership with communities, agree on a network of protected areas where habitats like coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass beds are off-limits to fishing to allow fish populations to recover so that they can eventually spill over to fishing areas. Then they agree on managed access areas where local fishers have exclusive access to fish, and therefore they have greater incentives to protect their waters and fish more sustainably. We help coastal communities establish management bodies that oversee who, when, where, and how fishers can fish, and make sure that they have the data they need to sustain effective management. At the same time, with help from local governments, we equip fishing households and microbusinesses with financial education and skills so that they can cope better even when their fishing livelihoods are disrupted by extreme weather or even a pandemic. The result, both ecosystems and the communities are healthier and more adaptive, and better able to withstand the impacts of climate change. RARE has continued to work with leaders at the national, subnational, and local levels to advance measures that build the resilience of Indonesia's coastal communities and coastal seas. We're proud to have helped shape the country's national adaptation plans for climate change and ensure that they reflect the needs of coastal communities. We are grateful for the support of the Government of Indonesia, as well as key funders of our program here in Indonesia, including the German Ministry of Environment through its International Climate Initiative, and foundations such as Bloomberg Philanthropies, MACP, Walton Family Foundation, and the Dutch Postcode Lottery, who have been excellent partners as we advocate for locally led solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rocky. Quite an inspiring story coming from Southeast Sulawesi province. I believe that the solution, if that works in Southeast Sulawesi, it may work in other provinces in Indonesia. But that's the story from RARE, told by RARE person. Let's hear from international communities and other philanthropic organizations that supported RARE works in Southeast Sulawesi.
Thank you very much for inviting the Green Climate Fund to this event. The GCF is the world's largest multilateral fund for climate mitigation and adaptation. A key focus by the GCF is to support nature-based climate action that uses natural systems while enabling people and communities to strengthen the connection to nature, thus improving livelihoods and well-being, as well as promote ecosystem health and biodiversity. The GCF is the most open fund of its kind, with more than 110 accredited partners, who then channel resources to developing countries, of which more than half are direct access entities. It is capital agnostic, able to provide resources in grants, concessional financing, or risk financing, such as guarantees or equity. On oceans, the GCF have so far invested, for example, on port resiliency in Nauru, coastal adaptation in Africa, the Indian Ocean, Asia Pacific, the Caribbean SIDS. We also have recently approved a project creating a global fund on coral reefs in 17 countries, including Indonesia. We are also presently reviewing proposals on shipping, fisheries, and blue carbon. GCF support for nature-based climate action, including on oceans, focuses on 4 pillars. Number 1, transformational planning and programming. The GCF fosters policy integration and science policy finance bridges. Through its grant-based readiness program, the GCF helps break down silos and integrate approaches, for example, from ridge to reef. Number 2, catalyzing climate innovation. The GCF is partnering up with regional partners to finance innovative solutions that cut across sectors. Number 3, mobilizing finance at scale. GCF has partnered with, for example, Pegasus Capital Advisors to create a global fund on coral reefs, which is expected to crowd in public and private financing. This fund will implement climate solutions on waste management, coral restoration and protection, just to name a few. Finally, number 4, coalitions of knowledge sharing. GCF aims to scale up successes through its extensive network of public and private accredited entities. The GCF would welcome proposals from countries such as Indonesia based on the Blue Economy principle. We look forward to working with all of you on these topics. Thank you again.
Hi, everyone. My name is Antha Williams, and I lead the environment work at Bloomberg Philanthropies, including our ocean program, the Vibrant Oceans Initiative. A huge number of Indonesian fishermen and women depend on healthy coastal ecosystems and coral reefs for their livelihoods. That's what's made Indonesia such an important focus area for our work to protect and preserve ocean ecosystems. You've heard from Rocky Sanchez Torona at RARE about the increased vulnerability coastal communities are facing and how the Fish Forever model can help improve people and nature's resilience in collaboration with local, provincial, and national governments. At Bloomberg Philanthropies, we focus on solutions that are replicable and scalable, and we follow where the data tells us will have the most impact as quickly as possible. We've been proud to support RARE and be part of a movement to establish managed access with reserves, supporting Indonesia's national targets for ocean protection. Fish Forever is now working across more than 200 villages and 11 districts in the province of Southeast Sulawesi, representing over 350,000 hectares under managed access. This work is critical as it supports the livelihood and food security of more than 200,000 people, including nearly 40,000 small-scale fishers across the province. One thing we're particularly happy to endorse is the Coastal 500 network, which brings together local government leaders to learn from each other and fast-track solutions that work. At Bloomberg, we've seen how high-impact mayors and local government can be in the climate space through networks like the Global Covenant of Mayors, C40 Cities, the Climate Mayors, and others. We're witnessing the importance of creating systems that allow leaders to connect and drive change through local leadership. That's why Coastal 500 resonates so much with the focus of Bloomberg Philanthropies. It brings together local government leaders and a wide range of partners, as well as the power of data to enact change at the local level. There's much left to be done to ensure fish populations can recover, and climate change doesn't irreversibly alter our ocean. But the progress we've made and the potential of these partnerships really give me hope. In Southeast Sulawesi alone, 11 coastal heads of district already support the Fish Forever model, which has catalyzed support from the local governments across the country for small-scale fisheries management. The support and confidence of all government officials, from the district to the provincial to the national level, have been essential to the success of the Fish Forever program and our collective work for the sustainability of fisheries. I'd like to thank the Indonesian government for their collaboration and partnership, and in particular, Minister Sakti Wahyu Trenggono from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and Governor Ali Mazzi from the Southeast Sulawesi province. COP26 is a pivotal opportunity to support coastal communities most at risk from climate change and follow through on national climate goals and nature-based solutions. Thank you all for joining.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ocean friends. It's a pleasure to be with you today, even though I would have loved to participate in person in Jakarta, since Indonesia is my all-time favorite country. Currently, I'm in Glasgow at the climate conference COP26, where I work together with Indonesian colleagues and other archipelagic and large ocean states to include ocean perspectives in the decision by the COP. To deliver on sustainability plan that world leaders agreed on in 2015, Agenda 2030, we can't work with the Sustainable Development Goals in isolation. When we talk about climate change, the ocean perspective must be present, The ocean and its ecosystem and biodiversity are both victims of climate change and part of the solution. We all know the ocean suffers from warming, acidification, eutrophication, deoxygenation, pollution, and overexploitation of resources. We also know that 3 billion people are directly dependent on the ocean for food and livelihoods. Blue sectors and maritime industries are growing faster than comparable sectors on land. This new growth frontier must be managed by taking a starting point in the ecosystems on which it is based. If we can't do that, we will not be able to deliver prosperity and equality in the blue economy. We have to scale up commitments to a healthy ocean, to safeguard the health of the world ocean, and to help combat the effects of climate change. We need to protect at least 30% of our ocean by 2030. One element in our efforts to achieve SDG 14, Life Below Water, is the Blue Action Fund, one of the largest public financing instruments for protected areas. With support from Germany, Sweden, and France, the Blue Action Fund helps to protect and efficiently manage an area of almost 350,000 square kilometers, an area almost the size of Germany. More than 250 people in 16 countries benefit from the work of the Blue Action Fund. With more than a dozen civil society projects helping to protect marine biodiversity and improve the livelihoods of coastal communities in our partner countries, the Blue Action Fund significantly supports the goal to protect 30% of the world ocean by 2030. The Blue Action Fund is also heavily investing in nature-based solutions to promote climate change adaptation. But funding the establishment and management of marine protected areas is only one piece of the puzzle towards an inclusive and sustainable blue economy. We need to develop and apply ecosystem-based marine spatial planning, where the views of different sectors and interests, including those of coastal communities, can be considered. Traditional knowledge and local communities is a great asset in caring and restoring nature. Only a few weeks ago, Minister Suharto Monoarfa visited Sweden, and a joint statement on sustainable blue economy was signed with Sweden's Minister for Infrastructure and the Minister for Environment and Climate. And I look forward to continued cooperation between Sweden and Indonesia for a blue planet, people, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. What a story. And if the solution works in Southeast Sulawesi, there is no reason that it's not going to work in other provinces. So RAR is going to replicate this successful intervention that we have conducted in Southeast Sulawesi and other provinces. Together with YPK, RAR is going to replicate the work on introducing ecosystem-based approach to address the climate change impacts in other provinces in Indonesia, among others, North Sulawesi, Maluku, and North Maluku. For us to be able to do that, we always enjoy and get the support from provincial government of Southeast Sulawesi and other provinces like North Sulawesi, Maluku, and North Maluku, and of course, the continued support from the central government, in this case, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. We are very grateful for the support that we have get from Indonesian governments, from other stakeholders in Indonesia, including NGOs, and of course, from the donors community. Hopefully, with this little contribution, we are going to be able to help the world in addressing the impact of climate change and helping our fishers at least to have their life maintained at the same quality or improved and not getting worse. Thank you for joining us and for watching this video. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Taufik and Rare, also for your PK. I'm afraid that we don't have any much time for discussion and answers. So I'm very sorry about that. But I would like to highlight there is some key point from the presentation here that's highlight the importance of the oceans. And there is no vaccine for the ocean and the climate change, but we need to boost the ecosystem-based approach, ecosystem-based adaptation or natural-based solution for increasing our and strengthening our resilience and also adaptation capacity. So for that, I would like to end up this very interactive and also very interesting discussion and also event. And would like to thanks to all the speakers, which is give more time to share the experience and also share their insightful in terms of the how to deal with the climate change, and also to Indonesian Pavilion to facilitate us to make this event happens, and also to the sponsor for this event. And last but not least, also thanks for the Ministry of Fish and Fisheries and also Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Thank you so much. All the material will be uploaded very soon. And don't forget to fill the certificate link for the proof of your attendance. And if you need to record to see this recorded event, you can check our website, our YouTube link. So thank you very much. Have a good day, and thank you. And be strong for make sure that we still put an ocean in our climate action. Thank you very much. Back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Pak Hendra, for being an excellent moderator for us today. For the speaker, the panelists, and for the everyone who has joined with us today, thank you very much. Stay healthy and goodbye.
experience on multi-platform stakeholders partnership on conservation and sustainable management on peatland ecosystem. Very important topic to be discussed. So please enjoy, make yourself comfortable while waiting until 9 a.m. Thank you very much. And for those of you who are still outside of the Indonesia Pavilion, I would likely to invite you to come inside and join us. We have limited seat here indeed inside, but we do have online audiences. I'm not sure whether we already live stream, but if we are already, hello. Selamat sore, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who are joining from Indonesia or somewhere else in the world. Here we are live from Glasgow in Scotland at the Indonesia Pavilion venue, COP26 2021. We are about to begin our session in 13 minutes. Thank you very much.
Indonesia is a vast archipelago of 17,000 islands, having more than 100 million hectares of terrestrial and 5 million square kilometers coastline. Indonesia has very rich and unique biodiversity, also highest biodiversity in the world. It's often called the mega biodiversity country. Indonesia has more than 47 ecosystems distributed from the alpine into the deep of marine ecosystem. It's a home abundance of world's flowers, mammals, reptiles, birds, amphibians, and fishes. Indonesia has committed to conserve the biodiversity in all levels. Four national parks are covering more than 27 million hectares, considering the richness of the ecosystem and species, as well as the genetic and their uniqueness in the world. 7 ASEAN Heritage Parks have been designated, namely Gunung Leuser, Kerinci Sebelat, Waikambas, Kepulauan Seribu, Bantimurung Bulu Saraung, Wakatobi, and Lawrence. Gunung Leuser National Park, which covers more than 800,000 hectares, is the first national park declared by Indonesia and also become ASEAN Heritage Parks. This tropical rainforest of Sumatra, specially dedicated to conserve an outstanding value of 4 large mammals: Sumatran rhino, tiger, orang-utans, and elephants. Kerinci Sebelat National Park, with its richness of the biodiversity and the beauty of nature, with the total are more than 1.3 million hectares, is the famous habitat of the Sumatran tiger, Rafflesia arnoldi, Rafflesia hasselati, and Taxus sumatranus. Some of the species have been tested in the laboratory for its benefit for health, anti-cancer, and to halt the infectious diseases. Waikambas National Park has a total area more than 100,000 hectares. Waikambas is a lowland secondary forest which is suitable for rhino and elephant. The establishment of rhino sanctuary in this national park is to assure the reproduction of rhino in their semi-nature habitat. Andatu and Harapan are the evidence of the success of the program. In securing the population of the rhino in their nature habitat, Center of Elephant Conservation is built in this area. Kepulauan Seribu National Park with a total area of more than 100,000 hectares. The park is just next door to the capital city of Indonesia, Jakarta, and their beauty panoramic coastal and marine ecosystem, where the turtle usually landing for nesting include the eagles. Conservation of the turtle and coral reef as well as the mangrove plantation is also involving civil society and local community. Bantimurung Bulu Saraung National Park has the total area of 43,000 hectares, designated being an AHP in 2018. The most popular ecosystem conserved is karst and its spatial shape of cave. The caves have preserving the prehistorical authenticity of the ancient people, their art, and living. The best waterfall is the sanctuary of the diversity of butterfly, and the national park is also known as the Kingdom of Butterfly. It is also home of the endemic species such as Sulawesi Julang, Kuskus, Sulawesi Black Macaque, and Tarsier. Wakatobi National Park, located in the heart of World Coral Triangle Ecosystem Center. Wakatobi is a miniature of this archipelagic country, with a total area more than 1 million hectares. The seascape of Wakatobi represents an exquisite beauty of underwater marine, and the famous tree atoll called Kaledupa, Kapota, and Tomia. It is structured from the unique coral community as a home for the marine species. Lawrence National Park has more than 2.5 million hectares, which is the largest national park in Southeast Asia. In 1984, Lawrence was declared as ASEAN Heritage Parks. The park is an outstanding example of the biodiversity of New Guinea. Lawrence is one of the most ecologically diverse national parks in the world. At 4,884 meters, Puncak Jaya is one of the highest peaks of the 7 continents. The mammal species include the 4 species of kuskus, as well as wallabies, 3 kangaroos. In Sudirman Range is the dingo and fascinating birds called bird of paradise. And the way for us to preserve and promote the biodiversity and prosperity for ASEAN.
Directorate of Biodiversity Conservation, Directorate General of Natural Resources and Ecosystem Conservation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry attempt to carry out its role in protection, preservation, and utilization in the level of ecosystem, species, as well as genetic, through the in situ and ex situ conservation activities. In situ activities are also equipped with animal conflict management facilities, while ex situ conservation activities are carried out through the management of conservation institutions. Conservation efforts that have been conducted by the Directorate of Biodiversity Conservation together with partners in line with CITES, CBD, Ramsar Conventions, IUCN, and ACB. Together, we protect and manage Indonesia's biodiversity as a legacy for the future generations.